Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by Felicia Bajeneza, Principal Examiner at ECPA. Thank you for coming on time. I would just want to inform you that we are going to have 30 minutes waiting for others to join, and then we will be starting after 30 minutes. So if you have your colleagues, please inform them that our session is going to be happening now so that they can hurry up and join this session. Good evening again. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Jennifer, are you getting me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well. Let us see confirmation from some of our attendees. So, dear students, can you hear us? I can see we have Josiane, we have Valentine, we have Ngabonziza. So, confirm if you can get our voice clearly. Ngabonziza, can you hear us? Samuel? Hello, can you confirm if you can get us? So anyone who can unmute his mic and then tell us whether he can get us. Otherwise, we are going to start. So confirm, please.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Valentine. So thank you for your time. Thank you for coming and thank you for joining this session. As you can see on the timetable, we're going to have information system revision class, aiming to prepare for November 2022 exam sitting. So we're going to have Jennifer will be our lecturer for this session. And then we are a bit later for 30 minutes as most of you did to join this session. And we thank Jennifer for allowing us to be our lecturer today. So without taking much time, let me give floor to Jennifer. So as you know, in class, rules and regulation must be there. So you need to avoid disturbance. If you have a question, you can use chat box or you can use Q&A. And then Jennifer will be there to answer those questions. But also you can raise your hand, and then if Jennifer find that you are requesting for to speak, can allow you to speak, but do it in a polite way. So without wasting much of your time, allow me to call upon Jennifer to start her presentation and then proceed with the next. Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you so much, Felicie. Yeah, so as you mentioned, I'm called Jennifer Batamudiza. So we'll be together in this session. Yeah, so I hope you can hear me. So this session is on the course of information systems, and we'll start by telling you some tips that can help you pass this this course. So we have some tips. I'll start. So first of all,
Jennifer?
yes.
Sorry a bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we are getting your voice here. I want to request, if possible, you have maybe screen or presentation. It is possible to share it so that the student can view it.
Yes, I will share with them when I start.
Another information is that this is the only session that will be taking place on information system. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we don't have another session. So let us try to figure it out so that each and everything can be covered within this allocated time, as there will be no additional time. So please concentrate on the main examinable part and those tips that can help students to answer questions relating to information system, and of course, that can help them to get on the mark. So I was just requesting you to share presentation, if any, and otherwise I'm going, and then I will be letting you to proceed.
Okay, so let me share my screen. So I wanted to start by the presentation. Just okay. So this is what I want to share with you before we start the second phase of this session. I'll start by the tips for the exam. So first of all, I would like to tell you that you need to read the instructions. You need to read the instructions more than 3 times so that you can really understand the instructions before you start working on the questions. So the instructions are very, very important, because if you don't get the instructions, so you might end up failing the course, yet you really understood the course very well. So that's why we really we are stressing on that, saying that you really need to read the instruction, and you have to read the instructions at least 3 times, because sometimes you find some students will attempt some questions and they forget to attempt other questions just because maybe they didn't read the instructions very well. Instructions will tell you about time. Instructions will tell you about the total marks. Instructions will tell you how to attempt certain questions. So you need to learn to read the instructions very well before you start attempting the course. And then second thing that I want to talk about is about reading the scenario, the case. So we know that most of the questions here in information system, they have case, maybe case studies. So it's good that you have to read the case very well and try to understand it. So you try to understand it. And usually you find that the questions are towards the end of the case. So you have to pay attention about that. And then thirdly, time management during the exam. So sometimes the time becomes less, especially when you don't know how to manage time. So it's good to know how many questions am I going to attempt. After knowing the questions, how much you have to know the time, like the total time you have to attempt all the questions. So if all the questions have the same marks, what you can do is that you can divide the marks by the number of questions, and then you attempt, like if it's 5 minutes for each question, you make sure you use 5 minutes or less to attempt a certain question. So it's good to plan for your time. And again, for time, sometimes, sorry, for the questions, sometimes you find that not all questions have the same marks. Some questions have more marks, others have less marks, and some questions have 1 mark, 2 mark, 0 point something, 6 marks, like that. So of course, you need to assign more marks to questions which have to assign more time to questions which have more marks compared to questions which have less marks. So it's really good to manage the time well, because you might be knowing everything, but if you don't know how to manage time, you might end up failing the exam, yet you understood. You would have passed the exams very successfully. So plan to manage your time very well in the upcoming exam. And then about revising the problematic topics or topics that are frequently asked at the syllabus coverage of 80%. So when we are setting the exams, we set 80% of the content of the content. So usually all the chapters are tackled in one way or another. So when reading, just make sure that you try to put more efforts in chapters which seem to be harder. So not all chapters have the same are at the same level. So some chapters are harder to understand, other chapters are easier to understand, others are medium. So you have to read to put more efforts in those chapters which are hard. So maybe I'll pass through the book and you can show me the chapters that you think are hard to understand. And then another thing is that how to approach questions based on allocated marks. I think I mentioned about this earlier a bit. So questions, when you are about to attempt questions, make sure you see the see the marks allocated, because some people will waste more time trying to attempt questions which have 0.5 marks or 1 marks, yet there are other questions which have 10 marks or 8 marks, and they need you to attempt them like when you are at ease, like when you're not rushing, because you might spend much time on simple questions which have less marks, and then when you get to those questions which have more marks, like maybe the time is rushing, the time is almost over, and you start rushing through the questions. So my advice to you is that it's good to first attempt questions which have more marks than questions which have less marks. So this one increases the chance of passing. And then how to tackle exams by correcting the questions from the past papers. You need to read the past papers which were set before this paper. You try to read through the questions to see how the examiners ask the questions. This is very key. This is very key. You have to read through past papers because they will give you a hint on how these IES papers are set, other than just seeing the paper for the first time when you are in the exam. So take note of that. Maybe you can tell me if this is clear, or if you have maybe some questions about this point that I just mentioned. So you're free to ask. Just feel free to unmute yourself and you can ask if there is something you don't understand here. Yes. Oh, okay, I can see Christine Akinjene. She's saying it's clear. Others? Others, is it clear? Okay, so another thing that I want to add is that when you're about to do the exam, try to relax. You can take like 1 minute or 2 minutes, you relax. It's not good to start doing the exam like you come rushing, maybe you're late and you start working on the question straight away. It's good to first relax and take a breath. And this will help you also to do the exam while you are at ease. So just feel free to interrupt, like if you feel like you need more explanations on one of these points, feel free. So no question? No question? So is it clear? At least you can send message. At least you can write message, clear or not clear. And then maybe I can talk more about it. Okay. I can see Sabine saying it's clear. Students, no question. Valentine, yeah, it's clear. Okay, so with the little time we have, maybe you can tell me which chapter. I know you've read this information system, so you can tell me if there is a chapter that you want us to go through, the chapter that maybe a chapter that seems difficult to you. So just let me know, and then I can start with that chapter. Feel free to ask if there is any chapter that you feel I can talk about, maybe a chapter that you didn't understand well, maybe we can start with that, because it's not easy to cover all the chapters.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Okay.
There's chapter 4, hardware and software.
Okay.
In chapter, I think it is chapter 10, knowledge management.
Okay. Okay.
Chapter, okay.
Okay. So is there any other person who wants to, sorry, is there any other person who wants us to cover something different from that? Okay, so I think we can cover that, because I see she's the only one who mentioned. Okay, there is one who said we can start afresh, but because the chapters are many, it's not easy to cover all. So it would be good if we check those ones which are harder. Okay, but let's start with the one for hardware and software. Okay, so I'm trying to bring up the chapters. Okay. Okay, so she said that we can cover the chapter of hardware, computer hardware and software. So first of all, when reading this book, it's good to read, you try to understand, not cramming, understanding the concepts. So here we have, I hope let me share with you my screen. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen. So I'm going to talk about hardware and software. First of all, we need to understand what is hardware and what is software. So we know that hardware is the tangible part of a computer. So this is what we can see and what we can touch. So let's give, we have an example of monitor or the screen. We have example of a keyboard, you can see, you can touch it. We have a mouse, you can see, you can touch it. We have central processing unit, CPU, you can see, you can touch it. Okay, so all that are hardware. Hardware, even when we're talking of the projector, we're talking of the printers, we are talking of the scanners. So all those are hardware. So we just know hardware is that part of the computer that you can touch. And then we have software. So software, this is, I can say part of the computer that you cannot touch, or we can say, simply say that software is a set of instructions, or a software is a program. So it's a program or set of instructions. Here we can give an example of operating system. We know about Windows 7, we know about Windows 10, we know about Windows 2000, Windows NT, different Windows. We know about Ubuntu, or all those are different operating systems. So operating systems, you see, it's software because you cannot touch it. And okay, we can have operating system as an example. We can talk of antiviruses, for example, because for antivirus, you can also, you can't touch it, but you can see it. So it's a set of instruction. So simply that's what we can say about hardware and software. And then after that introduction, here we have infrastructure. So for infrastructure, we say information technology infrastructure is the shared technology resources that provide the platform for the firm's specific information system. So when we talk of IT infrastructure, we mean both hardware. Okay, we mean hardware, we mean software, we mean services that are shared across the entire firm. So these people who did research in 2010, Loudon and Loudon, they identified the following IT infrastructure elements. So we have the below elements that you really need to know. Computing platforms that are used to provide computing services. So here we can talk of maybe cloud. We've heard of storage such as cloud. So this is can be used for computing services. We have telecommunication services that connect employees, customers, and suppliers. So for communication, we can talk of what we call the router. We can talk of switches. We can talk of cables. We can talk of ports. So anything related to telecommunication. And then we have physical facilities management, which develop and manage the physical installations required for the computing, telecommunication, and data management services. And then we have application software. We have application software services such as enterprise resource planning. We have all these different supply chain management. We have customer relationship management and knowledge management systems that are shared across all business units. So all these are examples of application software. And we said for software, you cannot do what? You cannot touch. So it's more of set of instructions, or simply say it's a program. And then we have data management services that manage the company's data and make it available to internal and external users as required. So for data, I think you've heard of database. Yeah, I know you are not more of technical people, IT people. Maybe it's hard to understand some concept, but you've heard of database, like when data is put in one place together. Data together in one place, we can say it's a database. So a database you can have in different institutions, maybe in Ministry of Education, they have data about the students, examination marks, and all the students who registered for national examinations. So they have all the data together. So that data is what we call a database. Okay. So so data, you have data in one place, but that data needs to be managed. So management services. So here we can say you can manage data by maybe if you want to insert a new data that was not there. Maybe you want to insert a name, second name of the student, which was not there, or you want to insert the date of birth of the student. You want to delete a student from the database. You want to update. So you want to select. So all that you're doing is about managing the data. And then IT management services that plan, develop and manage IT infrastructure. And then IT education and training services that that train employees on how to properly use the system. So all these fall under the infrastructure. Of course, you understand that IT people, there needs to be trainings so that employees can understand how to use the systems. Okay, and we have the management services to plan how these different infrastructure can be used. And then we have different levels of infrastructure. IT infrastructure is organized at 3 major levels. So we have what we call business. Sorry, we have public, we have business unit, we have enterprise-wide infrastructure. So for public, all firms are dependent on public IT infrastructure, which includes the internet, you know about that, PSTN, which is public switched telephone network, and other IT support facilities. For example, the cable systems, cellular networks. Under cellular networks, we have the antennas, we have mobile. Okay. And then we have enterprise-wide infrastructure. This includes services such as email. We know about the emails, we know about the corporate websites, corporate intranets. Intranet is it's internet within an organization, which is shared within an organization, and a range of enterprise software applications. And then we have business unit. This IT infrastructure is tailored to the particular line of business, such as specialized production systems, customer support systems, local order entry, and other transaction systems. Key infrastructure components. So the key infrastructure components, it's really good to know about this. Okay, so you have to know about the key infrastructure components. This is composed of computer hardware platforms, which include client computers. Client computers can be our laptops, our tablets, if we have tablet, our Android phones or iPhones, phones which you can say it's like a computer because you use it, you can store data, you can process, and you can output data. And servers, this is where all this database or information is kept. So database that I was talking about up there is what is found in the servers. And then we have operating system. As I said, computer cannot operate without operating system. So the operating system sits between you, the user of a computer, and what is happening like within the computer. So that's why when you buy your computer, you need to install operating system. So I gave you examples of operating systems, and you've heard of operating systems. You've heard of those Linux or Unix or Ubuntu, if you know about that. If you use it, you can use Linux or you use Windows. So Windows, like now, many people use Windows 10 and Windows 8, Windows 7, like that. So that's simply what we mean by operating system. So operating system include Windows operating system for clients and Unix, Linux for the server. So this Linux, Unix, you can use it for the servers, but you can also use it for also for just your computer. You can have operating system that you want. You can have Windows or you have Linux, or you have both in your computer. It also happens. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to ask questions. Okay. Okay. So Ngabonziza is saying we can go through all chapters rushing. Okay, let me try to rush as you're saying. So what is infrastructure in simple words? Okay. So students asked what is infrastructure in simple words. So infrastructure is like just the, if it's an industry, we can say infrastructure, like everything, both hardware and software. I mean, I can say like in a classroom, the infrastructure that is there, we have the desks, we have the tables, we have maybe the book, and those we can say those are infrastructure. So I don't know how to, if you really understand. So infrastructure, when we are in this computer world, we mean the computers, they are part of the infrastructure. Those servers are infrastructure. Training materials are infrastructure. The internet is infrastructure, and all that. Okay. So if you don't understand, please, if you don't understand, just let me know. And then someone was asking, come again on Unix and Linux. So Linux, I think most of you know about Windows, but we have Windows, but we also have the Linux. So this one, it's commands. So it's not user friendly for people who didn't do IT to understand, but you use commands, you type commands. If you want to open your computer, you use command. If you want to list items, you write commands. So commands are like codes. So this is what we mean by this. Students, if you understand this and the infrastructure, just let me know. You can just type, okay? Okay. And then, okay. Yes, good. Continue asking questions. Okay. And then we have the enterprise and other software applications. We talked about this. We have this Oracle. Oracle is it's a server. Sorry, it's a server that is used for database. And then, okay. Then we have data management and storage. Again, for database, you can see SAN. SAN stands for storage area networks. And then we have network and telecommunication platform. Here, you can see we are talking about the Linux, and I told you what Linux is. Like instead of using Windows, you can use Linux. Linux, you use commands. So somehow it's not user friendly because you use commands. Like if you want to delete, if you want to open a file, you don't just do the way we are doing for Windows. You have to, I have it in my computer, but I mean, you can see it if I start my computer, which I don't want to do right now. But just know that for Linux, it's not user friendly because you write commands. If you want to open a file, you have to write a path of opening that command. Okay, so nearly all learn, and so keep the questions coming. If you need more explanations about something, just type there. So nearly all local area network and many wide area networks use the TCP/IP standards for networking. Local area network stands for, okay, LAN stands for local area network. Local area network, we know that in a certain building, let's say for a certain campus, let's say University of Rwanda, we can, if we have maybe 20 people, 30 people, and we want them to use internet, we have to make sure that we have that router, and then we have a switch, and then computers connected there. And if we want to connect others and others, we use access points. So it's like internet that is used for a short distance, like just in one building. You can have internet So everyone can connect to that Wi-Fi. Maybe you can call it University of Rwanda Internet or Students Internet Wi-Fi, Students Wi-Fi, and everyone can connect to it. So that one is LAN, which is local area network. And then we have what we call WAN. WAN is wide area network. WAN is wide area network, which is bigger than local area network. So if you put many local area networks, they can form one. So example of one is internet, because internet covers a very wider place. So internet is an example. So they all use this transport communication protocol, internet protocol, TCP/IP standards for networking. So this TCP/IP is a protocol. And then we have internet platforms overlap with and must interconnect with firms' general networking infrastructure, hardware and software, and etc. We know about internet. And then consulting and system integration services are employed to integrate a firm's legacy systems with new technology and infrastructure, and providing expertise in implementation. Okay, and then here we have hardware platforms. So for hardware platforms, I've talked about hardware, so you now understand what we mean by hardware. And we have different categories of computer. So the main ones are microcomputer. These are small computers, like personal computers, like tablet, like a laptop. So most microcomputers are called desktop computers, as they are designed to sit on the desk, like one person sitting on one computer. So this is microcomputer. And then we have mid-range, including mini computers and high-end network servers. So here, example of mid-range computer is like servers. And then we have mainframe computers. These are very large and powerful computers, so which can do processing, can process many things at a time. So we say that it can process millions of sales transaction and customer inquiry each day. And then here there is another one which is not listed here, which is called a supercomputer. So a supercomputer is another one. So a supercomputer is very big computer which can process trillions of instructions in a short time. Okay, so all these are different types of computers. Okay, let me check if there are questions. If possible, go through all chapters, but rushing, okay. Depends on the time. Okay. Okay, just feel free to ask. If you have question, feel free to ask. Feel free to interrupt at any time. Okay. Okay, so let me keep going. So hardware platform trends. We have integration of computing and telecommunication platform. Okay. So let me just rush to cloud computing. So what we mean by cloud computing, cloud is not cloud as we can see, just cloud. No, cloud is like a storage which can be accessed by different people. So it's a storage. These are servers which are somewhere and people can use them to store. So you can get a small storage in a certain server which is hosted somewhere. So it can be hosted in a place that you don't even know. So that's what we mean by cloud. So if you see the word cloud, don't think it's about cloud. It's just about some servers which are located somewhere and many people can access. So instead of my company buying a server and your company buying a server and another company buying a server, we can all buy part of, we can host our information in part of the servers somewhere. That's why, like iPhone, they can say, you have this cloud storage, but if you need a bigger storage, then you can buy it. I hope that's clear. So here we have some advantages of cloud. So advantages associated with cloud computing includes it is not dependent on physical location of either resources or the users. So this cloud is very good because you don't have to buy infrastructure sometimes. Sometimes you don't buy infrastructure and you just use infrastructure which has been bought by other people. I don't know if it's clear. Are you really getting what I'm saying? Or I'm faster? So Winjene is Sabine is asking what is the difference between what and what? Winjene Sabine is asking if they ask you element of hardware, what if you put on components of hardware? That's okay. The elements of hardware, you can also put components of hardware. And then okay, what is the difference? Oh, Sabine, I've got you. So you're asking the difference between element of hardware and component of hardware. So these are just like parts of hardware. So it's the same. So you can say components or you can say element. Okay, if possible, you may help me to understand platform. So, okay, let me, so the word platform here, it's not okay. If we say hardware platform, we're just talking about hardware. Platform is just, so we're just talking about hardware. If we say software platform, we are talking of software. So this platform is just a word which is not technical word. Students, the one who asked about platform. Yeah, so if you're asked categories of computer, make sure you write these ones like microcomputer, mid-range computer, mainframe, supercomputers, which are not here. Okay, so those are, what else? Okay, so if you're asked the components of the hardware, make sure you write these components because these are the components. Okay. Yeah. So let me see if there are other questions. Okay. Okay, let me see if there are other questions. Okay, so I'm trying to check the questions. May you come again on cloud computing? Okay, so students is asking about cloud computing. So let me repeat this. So by cloud computing, we mean having servers somewhere. So not in cloud, having servers somewhere. So it can be an organization which decides to host data for different people. So they have physical servers, and then other people, other companies, they get space from that company without buying physical servers. So I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying. So these servers, some people will use infrastructure without buying the infrastructure, physical infrastructure. So they don't buy it and they just use infrastructure which have been bought by other people, but they give you a space. So it's like it's like you want to save your data in, okay, and let me just give an example of a computer, a phone, like iPhones. So the iPhones, they have a storage. When you buy it, it has some storage for cloud. But if I feel like the space is not enough, I can buy some space. So it means that I'm buying space from some servers which are somewhere. So those servers are not physically located where you are, but they are somewhere and you buy space. It's like you don't buy the whole equipment, but you buy space. I don't know if you're getting me. Do you all understand Kinyarwanda? Maybe I can try to explain that in Kinyarwanda, maybe for you to understand, if you all understand it. Yeah, maybe I can try to explain about what I mean by servers. Is it okay? No one is talking, no one is typing. Did you get what I said? Did you get what I said? Can someone type? Okay, so I can see you said I can use it. So ngiye kuba urugero gusa nk'umunota nk'umwe about cloud. So navugaga ko cloud, ni ukuvuga ngo cloud ntabwo ugomba kugura equipment, ntabwo ugomba kugura equipment kugira ngo uyikoreshe, cyane cyane ahangaha ndimo kuvuga kuri space. So murabona ko ari igihe ugura telefone noneho ukabona telefone yawe barakubwira ngo ufite cloud space ingana gutya, wenda ufite cloud space ya 2GB, ariko wowe urashaka kubika ibintu birenze 2GB. Icyo gihe ntabwo ugomba kugura ngo memory card cyangwa kugira ngo wongere space. Ushobora kugura kuri cloud. Hari companies zidilinga na cloud ku buryo ushobora kugura space, ugura space, ntabwo ugura equipment, ntabwo ugura memory card, nta nubwo ugura indi telefone, nta nubwo ugura hard disk, nta nubwo ugura flash, ahubwo wowe uragura space, ukaba wagura space ahantu. Ni nko kuvuga ngo computer, mfite computer yanjye ifite space ntoya, ariko hari undi muntu ufite computer ifite space nini, noneho uwo muntu akaba yama space ariko atamaye computer, noneho ngiye nkakoresha space nkazajya ibyo mbika, noneho bikaba hosted ku yindi space. Yindi example hano twavuga ni nka websites. So websites, muzi ko websites ziba hosted. Ni ukuvuga ngo ziba hosted muri server runaka, ariko ntabwo wowe uba ubizi ngo server ni iyi. Wowe urishyura amafaranga, ibyawe bikabikwa ahantu, ariko wowe ntabwo uba waguze iyo equipment kugira ngo ibyawe bibikwe aho ngaho. Is it clear? Abyumvishe noneho? Okay, so ndumva nabisobanuye neza. So nababwiye ko cloud computing ntabwo bivuze cloud mu bicu, ntabwo ari mu bicu. Impamvu babyita cloud ni uko wowe ubika information yawe ahantu utazi, ntabwo uba ufite equipment iri physical. Ahubwo hari abandi bafite equipment iri physical, usanga ariyo business bakora, bafite equipment, ama computers menshi cyangwa ama servers menshi aho abantu babika, noneho abantu bakagurayo space, ugurayo umwanya wo kubika ibyawe, ariko ntabwo ugura device kugira ngo ubibike physically, ubibika ahandi ku bandi. I think that's clear. Okay, so thank you. So let's continue, but if you didn't understand, just feel free to ask me. Okay, so now we are talking of advantages of cloud, the cloud that I was talking about. So the advantages associated with cloud computing includes, it's not dependent on physical location. It's not dependent on physical location of either resources or users. Users access computing resources on their own and are not necessarily dependent on IT staff. So you don't depend on IT staff. If I buy space, then that's it. I don't need someone to show me how to do things, and you understand. And then it's based on standard network and internet devices. Okay, this is obvious. If you're keeping data in some servers at the far end, of course, it will be through internet. And then resources serve multiple users with computing virtually assigned according to the need. So you see the good thing of cloud, you don't have to buy equipment. Ntabwo ugomba kugura server. Server zirahenda cyane. Ntabwo ugomba kugura server kugira ngo ubike data yawe. Kuko ushobora kugura data ikagukostinga miliyoni 2 y'amanyarwanda. Kandi wari kugura space ku wundi muntu waguze server atazayikoresha yose, we akaguha umwanya, akaguha space. So hano nabigereranya n'ukuntu usanga abacuruzi bafata inzu imwe nko mu mujyi, noneho ugasanga umuntu umwe ashobora gufata inzu yose, ariko hari igihe ufata haba ari inzu, noneho buri muntu akagenda, umuntu umwe agafata inzu, noneho abantu bakagenda bafata imyanya, umuntu akagenda agatereka ameza, undi agatereka shelf, agacuruza amatelefone, undi agatereka akabati ke, agacuruza amasaha. Urumva ko icyo gihe aba yaguze umwanya, ntabwo agura inzu cyangwa akodesha inzu yose. So no kuri computer, in this computer world, you don't need to buy the whole server. Server is very expensive. Instead, you will buy space in a certain server. So that's why we say resources serve multiple users. So many people can use one server with computing virtually assigned. So we say virtual because it's not physical. Okay, assigned according to needs. So resources are increased or decreased according to the demand. If you want more, you increase. If you want to pay more, you increase the size. If you want to pay less, you decrease the size. Charges are based on the amount of resources actually used. So if you use less, you charge less. If you use more, you're charged more. You get the point. So this is good. Instead of buying and you find yourself using a very little space, yet you would have used another space virtually from other people. So a large investment in IT infrastructure is not needed. You don't have to invest a lot on infrastructure. Firms can shift additional processing requirements to cloud computing during peak business periods. It allows a more flexible IT infrastructure. I think that's clear. Okay. Yes, someone is saying it can accessed by anyone else. Yes, server, the cloud, it can be accessed by anyone else. For you, you just buy your space and you don't mind about other people or who is using other spaces, but people will use, different people can use the cloud services. Yeah, I think you answered. Okay, so it allows a more flexible IT infrastructure. So disadvantages of cloud computing. So even you I think you can even tell yourself that if you're hosting your data somewhere you don't know, it means that there is too much risk, like there is security risks. So security risk and chances of data being compromised or increased. Data compromises are increased. So maybe people can access your data, which is private data, and then responsibility for data storage and control is transferred away from the organization to a third party. So you see, you're not managing your own things. It's like someone else is managing for you. That's why we're saying it's third party, managed by a third party. Increased dependency on a third party. Okay, you really depend on a third party. Huge investment in proprietary system supporting unique business process may be at risk. Okay, so okay, I don't know if I have to talk about each point. So virtualization, this we say is the process of presenting a set of computing resources such as computing power or data storage so that they can be accessed in ways that are not restricted by physical configuration or geographical location. So sometimes, like for people who do coding, sometimes you don't have to install the tools so that you can use them. You can use virtual tools. So virtual tools, you don't have to use more space to download and install some tools. You can do it virtually. So this is what we mean by virtualization. And then we have memory virtualization. Memory has been and continues to be an expensive component of a host. So it determines both the size and number of applications that can run on a host. So what we mean by memory virtualization, aggregate memory requirement is greater than the available physical memory to run on hosts without impacting each other. So you see, for memory virtualization, you can run different activities without one affecting another. So here simply we say memory virtualization is an operating system feature that virtualizes the physical memory. So you know about RAM, random access memory. So we have this random access memory like for the speed of the computer, but we can do memory virtualization where you can use memory, not a physical memory, in other words. Okay, so it creates a virtual memory with an address space larger than the physical memory. You see, you have your memory, but you can have memory which is virtual, which is not like part of your computer, but which is virtual, and you can access it. So this one just related to a cloud computing that we were talking about. Okay, and then here we have the growth of mobile platforms, cell phones, our telephones and smartphones, for example, BlackBerry, iPhone, Android, are now being used for data transmission, web surfing, sending and receiving emails and instant messages. So other types of mobile devices, we can have these netbooks, we can have what we call tablets. For example, we have iPad, which is mobile, and then we can have networked e-readers, which is called Kindle, mostly used by the kids when they want to read the books. And then for computer software platforms, here we talked of operating system, and we now all know about operating system. And then we have application software. Application software, they can be application specific software. For example, here we can talk of if you have a company or a shop and you want to have a system, you can have a system called maybe online shop management system. A school can have online library management system. A school can have online registration management system. A bank can have e-banking system. All those are called application specific softwares. You see those softwares you use like Irembo, that one is an application specific software. We have different companies that have different softwares that you use. So all those are softwares. They are application software, but again, application software is divided into application specific software and general purpose application program. So this application specific software is tailored according to the need of the organization. If my university wants a certain software registration system, that online registration system will be different from another university, because different universities, they operate differently. So that's why we call it specific software. And for the bank, how Bank of Kigali works is different from how KCB works. It's different from how I&M works. So they have things which are in common, but they also have things which are not in common, which are not common. So there they can have e-banking systems which are different. So that's an example of what we call application specific software. And then we can have what we call general purpose application software. These are softwares which are not tailored to the need of a certain organization. Here I can talk of Microsoft Word, Office, Microsoft Office, Microsoft Word, Excel, Access, PowerPoint. Here you don't say, I want it to be like this. Can you change it like this? Because it's used by the whole world. So it's a general purpose application programs. So I hope you get the difference between application specific software and general purpose application programs. So just feel free to ask, just in case you don't understand anything. Okay, here. Okay, there are no new questions. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. So application programming language. So we also have what we call programming languages. I think you've heard of people talking about coding. So what's coding? So coding, we have programming languages that we use to code. So these are like languages which are understood by the computer. Okay, so the codes, it's like instead of writing this, you use codes to write. So we have the following are the main application programming languages. We have like COBOL. In full, it's that it was the one that was developed very earlier, and nowadays it's not used. And then we have what we call C and C++. So these codings, these are the codes you write. For example, if I want to create a website, I write codes. If I want to create mobile applications, so maybe for people who don't know about IT or people who don't know about coding, for you, you see things happening and you don't know what is happening behind the scene. So if you see a mobile application, you see it's working well, they ask you your name, you enter your name, they ask your age, you put your age and you click submit. But this is what you're seeing. But behind, people wrote what we call the codes. So there are codes that were written for you to see that user interface that you use. So we have different languages that we use for people in IT. We have C, we have what we call the C++, we have what we call Java, we have Python programming and many. We have what we call R programming. So these are different programming languages. Okay. We have another one called Fortran. In full, it's Formula Translator. That was used, most of them they were used before, but nowadays we have new languages because technology is evolving every day. So we have different languages that are being used now. Like now we are using Python and we are using R programming, Java. Okay. And then we have data management and storage. I think this one, if you read, you can easily understand. We've talked about network and communication platforms, internet platforms, software platforms trends. Here, it's really good to know about this. This one, I've seen many past papers, they ask about this software platforms trends. So the main trends in contemporary software platforms are, you need to know there is open source software, there is Java, enterprise integration software, there is web services, there is apps or mobile software outsourcing. And then here there are more explanations about them. Okay, so open source softwares, these are softwares that you can use without buying them. So usually we have many open source softwares on Google that you can download and you can use them for different purposes. I talked about Linux. I talked about, okay, Java. This is a programming language that is used to develop the mobile applications. So the mobile applications you are seeing, they are made by codes. So that's Java programming. Okay. Okay, web services. And then we have markup languages. These are languages that we use to write. These are languages that we use to create websites or web applications. So you know about the websites. So if we want to maybe post things on the website like images, we want to post links, we want to put some content like photos on the website. So we write this language. So this is a language that is used for creating websites. So in full, it's called hypertext markup language. And then we have extensible markup language and extensible hypertext markup language. So you really need to know about those. Okay. Yeah. And service-oriented architecture. We have a service-oriented architecture. We have apps or mobile applications. We have iOS. We have Android. We know about this. We have Google Play for people who are using. Yes, you know about the Google Play. You know about App Store for people who are using iPhones. And then we have software outsourcing here. We have software packages. We have software as a service. We have application service provider outsourcing. Okay, so I think this is it. So you also need to know about these management challenges posed by IT infrastructure. You need to know these objectives, these ones. Okay, cost of infrastructure, integration of information, flexibility to respond to business environments, resilience, service levels. And then creating and maintaining a coherent IT infrastructure raises multiple challenges, including, so this is not technical, you can read and you can easily understand it. Okay, these programs, talked about them. Operation expenses, long-term expenses. Okay, and that's it about this chapter. So if you have questions, you can ask. Questions? Okay. Okay. So someone was saying he wants to understand markup language. So markup language, this, I said it's a language like, okay, I think you can see my screen. This markup language, this is language that you use when you're writing, you want to write codes. So you want to create maybe a website. Let me open this one. I think you're seeing my screen. So if you're seeing my screen, this is a markup language. Like here, I'm trying to create some websites. So like here, I'm trying to create this table, but I can even write a simple one like head. I say, okay, this is markup language, what you're seeing on the screen, if you can see my screen. So I want to write, okay, my website. Okay, so this is my website. And then for the body here, I want to put yeah, a CPA student. Okay, so I think you can see what I have here. So this is a web page, simple one. And then I say, okay, save as. Okay, so I say CPA dot HTML. So HTML is a markup language. And then afterwards, I can save it. Okay, so I saved it somewhere. Where did I save it? I save it somewhere. Saved it somewhere. Web technical CPA. So this is CPA, and then I can open like this. So I think you're seeing this. So it's like if I want to create a website. So this is just a simple website that I've created, but I can put here, I can put pictures, I can put photos. I mean, you understand how the website looks like, right? So you see, for you, I was showing you the codes. What you are seeing were the codes. So that one was markup language. So this is HTML. Okay, so this is HTML. So it's a language that we use to develop a website. So you can see this is a language that I was using. I just said I'm a CPA student. Okay, I'm now Information systems. Go. Okay, so you can see I've just done this, and then I open the browser. Oh, didn't save. So you can see this. I don't know if you're getting what. So this is a markup language. So for you, you can just see it like this, and you just think, okay, this is just something which is easy and trying to. So you see, like I'm trying to create a website and putting the content in a website. So what I'm trying to show you is that this, what we are using, these are the codes. Like if you've heard about coding, I don't know if you've heard about coding, but if you heard about coding, so this is a way of coding. So you can code, that's what I was saying, you can code using C programming, you got C++, or you can code using this HTML, and you can create a web application. Okay, you can create a web application. So any question? Any question? Okay, so so that's for the person who was asking about HTML. This is what we mean by HTML: writing codes and then afterwards you. Okay. Okay, so let's just continue. Okay, now that there is no any other question, I think we can continue. So I hope I answered all the. So someone who was asking about software outsourcing. Outsourcing, you know about outsourcing, like you don't do the service yourself, but you get a third party to do some work. So software outsourcing is like outsourcing softwares which are not your softwares at your own premises. So that's what we mean by that. So I hope I didn't leave any question unanswered. Okay. Okay. So we can continue with another chapter. So which chapter did that person mention? Because I asked you of the chapters that we can talk about. Chapter 5. Let me see what is in chapter 5. Chapter 5. Okay, so chapter 5 is about telecommunication, networks, internet, and wireless. Okay, telecom, this is about telecommunication, like you know how our telecommunication companies work, like MTN, Airtel, Tigo, they have, here we talk of internet service provider, the one that provides internet. We talk about networks, here we're talking of the routers, switches, and cables. I mean, how you can set up like to create a network so that maybe computers can communicate with one another. And then the internet now, you want many computers to communicate, like computers worldwide to communicate with one another. And then about wireless, wireless is just wireless, like when it's not wired, there are no wires in between. So I can move through it very quickly. So network questions. Okay, there is no question. So someone is saying chapter 6, we'll get to that. Let's first see this one. So networks and communication. So major trends in telecommunication. You really need to know about this. So the major trends in communication. We have rapid technological innovation has resulted in many new forms of business communications, ranging from cell phones. Like this is what we live in, like day to day. We all have maybe cell phones, and your cell phones maybe have internet access where you can use WhatsApp, you can use Facebook, you can use, okay, and we know about Wi-Fi because when you're sitting somewhere, you try to check the Wi-Fi that are there and you try to connect to them, right? And then continuing deregulation of telecommunication has driven competition, leading to lowered price for telephone services. Now that we have many, let's say, service providers, you find even the costs are reducing. So here we're talking of phone services such as wireless, like when there is no connection, what you see those mouse, which is wireless, in that you have a mouse, you have a computer, and they are communicating. Your mouse is communicating to your computer, and there is no cable in between. Cable is that umugozi uri hagati ya computers, like, so it's a cable. And then we have the internet telephones. Yeah, so, and then we have the line between telephone, cable television, internet. Okay. We know about fixed line, mobile, and cable TV operators. We know about video, voice, like WhatsApp. You can send videos, you can send audios or voice, and then data connectivity. And then there is growing importance of internet technology in voice, video, and data communication, whereby there is, here we can talk of teleconferencing or Zoom, how you communicate with one another on Zoom or Microsoft Teams. And then increase in speed of broadband connection to homes and business. I think you know about, let's say, talk about the Canal Box. Many homes now, they have it, and they can easily connect to internet, which is very speedy at home. And then rapid growth in wireless telephones. Wireless telephones, like your phone, me and you or another person, we talk over phone and there is no cable in between us. But before, they used to have this. So there is wireless computer networks, mobile internet devices, and smartphones and tablets. And then growth in communication-based services and products, such as internet telephone and video and TV over the internet. Okay. Then business network infrastructure, you also need to know about this. So all the time when you find such points like these ones, for sure you need to read this, because mostly you find this as questions, maybe phrased in a way, but the question, maybe it's this question, and the answers are here. So shows a simple network that includes the major components found in a company network. These components include computers, PCs, network interface, connection medium, operating system, software, and either hub or a switch. Each computer on the network contains a network interface device that, so please feel free to ask me. If you don't understand some words I will assume that you know. So connection medium for linking network components can be a copper wire. These are cables. You know, those cables, they are different. They are not the same. We have the copper wires, we have the coaxial cable, we have fiber optic. These ones they put underground, or radio signal in the case of wireless networks. Network operating systems manage the communication on the network between the different network elements. And then most networks contain a hub or a switch. So this acts as connector. You see, you can, a switch or hub, they have ports, and then they can connect this computer. You can have a switch, and then the switch has what we call ports like this. So the switch has ports, and then there are computers. Maybe here there is a computer. Here there is another computer. Here there is another computer. Here there is another computer. And then there is a port. There is a cable in between. It can be a coaxial cable. It can be any type of cable connects to this computer. This cable port, this is called the port. And this is a cable, and this is computer. So it connects like this. So this usually is a switch, and then there are computers connected like this. And then you can have a router here, and then a router connects to a switch. And then from this router, it goes to the internet service provider. Let's say MTN or Airtel, or depending on. So this is a simple network. So you see, this is a router. This is a, sorry, this is internet service provider. This is a router. This is a switch. These are cables in between. This is computer. This is a port. And, I hope you understand. So just feel free to ask questions, as I said. If you don't ask questions, we just assume that you understand. Okay, so I was talking about hub and switch, but a hub and switch almost work similar, but they're different again. They're not the same. So to communicate with another network, the network would use a router, okay, which I was talking about, which is a special communication device used to route packets of data through different networks to ensure that the network, that different computers on different networks, they communicate. Like here we have, this is computer, there is a hub or switch here, there's a NIC. This NIC is all the computers, they have NIC, which helps it to use internet. It's network interface device, which is just inside a computer. And then here you can see this hub connected to this switch, connected to the router, and then connected to the internet service provider. This can be a server, which can be used. Okay. Okay, so someone was asking the difference between a hub and a switch. So the hub and switch, okay, they are all connectors, but for a hub has few ports. It can have less ports, but for a switch, it has many ports. Okay, and then another difference between hub and switch is that a hub is not intelligent, but the switch is intelligent. What I mean here is that a hub, when it receives a package, because here it's about receiving package and forwarding it to, this computer can send, I don't know if you're seeing my, okay, let me use the pen. So this computer can say, wants to send information to this computer. So this information will send to the switch, and then the switch will send that package maybe to this computer. But a switch can read what we call the MAC address, because usually on the package there's address for the sender and the address for the receiver. So the switch can read and it knows, okay, this one wants to send to this one. So that's the intelligence. But for the hub, it can receive from here, and maybe this person wants to send here, but for the hub, because of not being intelligent, the hub will get this package and it forwards the package to this one, to this one, to this one, everywhere. because it's not intelligent. So it doesn't check the package to know where the packet is sent. So i hub na switch bigiye kumera kimwe kuko birakonectinga computers. Difference izamo ni ntoya. Ni ukuvuga ngo hub igira ports nkeya, ishobora connecta computers zitari nyinshi, ariko switch ishobora connectinga computers nyinshi. Hanyuma ikindi kuri hub ntabwo ifite ubwenge bwo kumenya niba, kuko iyo computers ziravugana, iyo uziconnectinze computers ziravugana, ushobora kohereza message kuva kuri computer ikajya kuri iyi ikajya kuri iyi. Nubwo utaba ufite internet, urabona nk'izi computers ziri kumwe, niba yishaka kohereza message kuri iyi ni ntabwo bikenera internet, niyo mpamvu bitagera no kuri router. Iyo bigeze kuri router bivuze ko ibyo bishaka koherezwa birenga bikagera kure. So nuko kohereza kuva kuri computer kugera ahandi kure, ariko niba ari ukohereza kuva kuri computer kugera iyi nta nubwo nkeneye internet. So ndaconnectinga izi computer gutya kuri switch. So hub nago ifite ubwenge bwo kumenya iyi package ivuye hano, ivuye kuri iyi computer, kubera ko package cyangwa information iyo ivuye kuri computer ijya ku yindi computer, kuri package haba handitseho MAC address ya computer igomba kujyaho. So iyi hub nago ireba, nago isoma irebe se iyi package yohereje iyi computer yashatse kuvugana n'iyi, yo nago imenya ko iyi computer yashatse kuvugana n'iyi. Yo ibonye package kuva hano ira forwarding ibyohereze ku bintu byose biyiconnecte, ishobora kohereza kuri iyi kuri iyi kuri iyi no kuri iyi yayohereje irabyoherezayo. So kubera ko nago navuga ngo nago ifite ubwenge, ariko switch yo ifite ubwenge ku buryo package iyo ivuye hano itireba isi package igiye kuri iyi computer, okay, igomba kujya kuri iyi computer ikayohereza kuri iyi ngiyi yonyine. So it just broadcasts to the right destination, but the hub will broadcast everywhere without knowing. I think you get the point. So that's the difference between the hub and the switch for the person who was asking. So are you answered, Sabine? Sabine, are you answered? Okay, so let's continue. So the complexity of large company network, today's enterprise. Okay, so some networks are very complex, others are not much complex. So this about this transmission control protocol. This one is used in internet to control how the packets are sent and received. I talked about packages there. So a package is sent from one computer to another. So this one is the one that controls that. And then the Ethernet protocol is widely used in networking. It specifies rules that govern the communication between computers on a network. Then let's go to communication networks, but feel free to ask questions. Okay, so someone is asking, is the router that one that is physical we usually know, or it's something else? So the router is what you already know. So usually nowadays we have these portable small routers in that ugura ujya kuri izi telecom company bakagwa router, noneho iyo router ushobora kuyiconnectinga ku ma devices yawe yose. Okay, so iyo ni router ushobora kuba wenda uvugaho, ariko wenda no mu kazi aho mukora cyangwa aho mwiga hari ahantu usanga hari network yabaye installed ku buryo ubona akantu usanga ari umweru akenshi cyangwa black, ushobora kuba ari color yari yose bakavuga iriya ni router. So iyo router ifata niyo ihuza iyo wenda ni inyubako mukoreramo hamwe no kuri ISP. ISP ni internet service provider, tuvuzemo MTN, Airtel, Canal Box n'ibindi. So nukuvuga ngo bo baba bafite network yabo bazanye bakayigeza ahantu runaka. So wowe iyo bayikuzaniye noneho bakayikugezaho bakonecta through router yawe iri kuri ntuza yawe, kuri environment yawe. Noneho wowe kuva kuri router kujya kuri switch, noneho internet ikava kuri router ikajya kuri switch. noneho switch yo ni nko kugira ngo haze computers nyinshi zigomba ziconnecting. So ni ukuvuga internet ivuye kuri ISP ikagera kuri router ikagera kuri switch none ikagera kuri computers ziri connected ziri wired. Ariko wireless yo bakoresheje ya indi yitwa access point, nayo ni router ariko ifasha kugira ngo none ya network igere ku bantu benshi kandi nta migozi bakoresheje hagati. So I think you answered. Person called students. Okay, ndizera ko musubije. So if you still have question, feel free to ask. Okay, so we also have this communication network. Also again, this usually papers nyinshi nabonye nazo zifite this. So nabyo mugomba kubimenya. Mugomba kubimenya. Computer nako nabonye past papers nyinshi zijya zibaza iki kibazo. Wenda bakabaza about the types of networks. Types of networks angaha twabyita nuza in types of network, communication networks. So is the communication networks, here we have local area network, we have metropolitan area network, we have wide area network, hari igihe tugira yitwa SAN, storage area network, dushobora kugira yitwa PAN, personal area network, we can have campus area network, like that. So simply what we mean here is that wide area network is the network that covers a very long distance, large geographical distance. Tuvuge wenda nka internet. Internet tujya tuvuga ko ari wide area network because Okay, so now we can continue. Okay, so I don't see any questions, so maybe it's clear. Okay, so I was talking about these networks. So we have wide area network, which is like for internet that covers. Okay, and then we have metropolitan area network, which is network that covers like a city, like the city of Kigali. We can say it's metropolitan area. It's not, it doesn't cover a very wide area. And then we have local area network, which is just that one that covers like a building. Okay, and then we have what we call network topologies. So network topologies, this is just like how you arrange your network. So you can make your network a star. So a star means star is like this. Star is like you have computers and then you have a computer in it. So it's like this. So like this is computer, and then this, maybe let's say this is your switch, and then you have a computer here, another computer here, and then you have another computer here. So it looks like a star. That's why we say it's star. If it's a bus, then you connect in this way. This is your cable, and then you put a computer here, 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 you put a computer here. If it's ring, then you put them like somehow, like computers are connected like this. So in like this, okay, like this, like this. This is a ring. And then it can also be, there's another one called, this is a star, ring, and there is a bus. Okay, these are the main ones. These are the main ones. So these are topologies, like how you arrange your network. Okay, so if they ask you the topologies, you know, you talk about the bus, you talk about the ring, you talk about the, you can also talk about another one called mesh. So yeah, there are many. Like for mesh, it's like, for mesh, you can have a computer here, you have a computer here, computer here, computer here, and then they are connected like this, they're connected like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. So yeah, so these are different topologies. So make sure if you're asked about the topologies, you can mention that. And then about transmission media. Transmission media is like the cable which is between computers. So here we have this computer and we have this computer, and in between there is a cable. So this cable, we have different types of cables. So we have a cable which is called twisted pairs. We have a cable which is called coaxial. We have a cable which is called fiber optic cable. Fiber optic cable is mubona biriya bajya bashyira hasi munsi y'ubutaka bya network. So biriya ni so you can see different fiber optic navuga ko ari za cables bajya bacisha munsi y'ubutaka, but I mean the cable, it's the optic fiber itself, it's very thin. It's like the size of hair, so it's very thin. So all these are different types of transmission medium. Okay, so is there any question? Any question? Any question? Any question? Okay, so Valentine is saying what are the types of networks? So we've said that these are the types of networks: LAN, WAN, MAN, those are the types of networks. And then topology, they are ring, star, bus. So I think that one is clear, Valentine. And then for Sabine was asking, oh, sorry, student was asking the type of network. Valentine was asking what is the meaning of topology, madam? Okay, so what we mean by topology, topology ni ukuntu upanga network yawe. Network yawe muzarebe computers kuna abantu bazipanga, arusha kuyipanga ina bus ku buryo imeze nka bus, hari uyipanga kabizengurutsa, hari uyipanga bikamera nka star. So topology ni nka setting uko ushobora gupanga network yawe nk'uko mubibona hano kuri aya mashusho. Murabona bus topology, urabona computer iraha, indi iraha, indi iraha, server iraha, urabona byose biri guhurira hagati ku buryo iyi cable yo hagati igize ikibazo, urabona ko ibintu byose bishobora kugira ikibazo. Hari n'iyi ngiyi ya ring no kuvuga iyi ira dependinga kuri iyi, ka dependinga kuri iyi, kuri iyi, like that. And then tukagira star topology, iyi computer ipfuye nta n'ikibazo byatera kuko iyi ngiyi yaba ikora n'iyikora n'iyikora. So iyi computer ipfuye nta kibazo, iyi ipfuye nta kibazo, kubera ko ntabwo zidependinga to one another. Iyi ntabwo idependinga kuri iyi ntabwo idependinga kuri iyi. Ariko murabona nka ring imwe igize ikibazo n'izindi zishobora kugira ikibazo, like that. So undi wabajije ni coaxial cable. So Sabine yabajije what is a coaxial cable? Coaxial cable, this one we say it's a single thickly insulated. So nukuvuga ni cable ariko izengurutswe na copper. Okay, copper and shielded with copper wire which can transmit large volume data than twisted. Aho bitandukanye ushobora no kubireba ukabona bigiye kumera kimwe, nuko gusa uko tugenda tubipanga amabara agenda atandukana ukuntu, ariko cable ziba zimeze kimwe, ariko uko zikora nibyo bitandukanye. N'ingi twisted pair murabona ko ikoreshwa cyane kuri analog voice signals, ariko rimwe na rimwe igakoreshwa muri data. Coaxial cable rero yo ikoresha ira transmittinga data nyinshi. And then fiber optic yo ni gatoya cyane, bajya bavuga irangana na thickness of human hair nk'umusatsi umwe. So nukuvuga ngo ikoreshwa ku transmittinga data, ni bya bindi muri Kigali cyangwa sinzi no mu ntara bacukura mu butaka and then bagashiraho, iriya ni optic fiber. Hari ziriya za telecommunication companies yitwa BSC ifite optic fiber bashira munsi y'ubutaka. So nde wundi ufite ikibazo? So can you, Helena was asking, can you come back on this transmission medium? Transmission media, nukuvuga ngo transmission media ni cables zo kohereza data. Twavuze ko mujya mubona computers ko usanga hano ari computer, hano hari indi computer, noneho hagati ugasanga hari umugozi. Iyo niyo migozi turimo kuvugaho, imigozi biranga. So iyo migozi niyo turimo kuvuga. So iyi migozi ni kuvuga ngo iyi migozi, okay, reka mbyandike kuri I think you can see I'm connected to internet. Let me write and then you can see it. Yango mubone uko isa. Okay, so I think you've seen this. So we are saying this is coaxial cable, and then here murabona hariho copper mesh. Murabona ko hanze haba hariho icyo bita insulator. Mubibonye haba ari insulator. Insulator ni ikintu kizengurutse kugira ngo itagira ikibazo, amazi n'iki bitayi affecting. So murabona ibi ngibi nibyo turimo kumenyinga by coaxial. Okay, and then twisted pair. Twisted. I hope you're still seeing my screen. So murabona twisted uko imeze. Ibi izi ni barugwa mbere mubibonye. This is twisted pair cables. So ziriya cables muba mubona muba murimo kureba ikintu cy'inyuma kimeze nk'ingiyi, ariko iyo uyishishuye imbere harimo ibintu bimeze gutya. So izi cables turazikora, okay, izi cables turazikora, ukazikata ukazipanga amabara, hari ukuntu amabara uba ugomba kuyapanga akurikiranye. Yeah, that's what we mean. Okay, and then for the cable of optic fiber cable, this is how optic fiber looks like. So you can see, the layer is big, but the optic fiber is very tiny inside. Murabona utu twuma turimo hagati dutoya nizo optic, okay, fiber. So you can see fiber ni dutoya, bajya bavuga ingana n'umusatsi, ifite thickness y'umusatsi, you see, ariko ibiri inyuma ni like insulators, just covering the inner part of it. So I think this is clear. Okay, so these are the cables that we were talking about. So these cables, they are these ones which you see in between. They connect computers. Okay. Okay. Any question? Someone is asking, what is the meaning of topology? I think we've answered this. I don't understand about coaxial. We've answered this. So Sabine, Valentine, students, Helen, are you answered? Did you get answers to your questions? Okay, great. So maybe we can continue if you got answers to your questions. So just feel free if you have other questions to ask. Okay, so there are other questions? Okay, great. So now we continue about internet. When you're buying internet, you need to buy certain bandwidth. I think you've heard of bandwidth. So if you buy small bandwidth, you have small internet. If you buy big bandwidth, you have more internet. So the bigger the bandwidth, the more you pay for it. Okay. And then other network terms, bandwidth, broadband, complete network, peer-to-peer network. About the router, the internet, I think we've talked about that. So it will be easier now to understand the remaining. TCP/IP, we said it's a protocol that helps in sending packages. And then for sending emails, we have a protocol which is called SMTP. This one is used in sending, when you're sending emails, it helps in that process. And also this one, which is called IMAP. IMAP stands for Internet Mail Access Protocol. Okay, and then we have another protocol which is called POP, Post Office Protocol. These are just protocols. And then we have communication services, electronic mail, we can have news group, we can have chatting like WhatsApp and Instagram, Twitter, can have what you call telnet, internet telephony, streaming audio and video. You can stream audio and video, you know, how you see the spaces in Twitter spaces. So it's like they're streaming audio. You can also stream video, live streaming, like when weddings are happening or funerals, and people can watch on YouTube things as they are appearing at that time. That's what we mean by that. World Wide Web is WW, this one, what we write like this, like Google, www. This stands for World Wide Web. So for you to access web server, you use this one. So this is what we mean by World Wide Web. And then we have hypertext, which is used in hypertext markup language. I talked about HTML. Okay. Yeah. And then websites, this is a website of Google, and you can have a website for Facebook and others. And then we have URLs and HTTP. What we simply mean by URL is the whole of this link. This is what we call URL. So you type this and then the page is got from the web server, and then web server from the database, and then it brings it back here. So that's what we mean by the web server. And then, sorry, the URLs. And then we have the HTTP is a protocol which helps you to access a certain website. Like now I can say maybe I write any website and I see it. Okay. And then we have browsers. A browser is like Google, Chrome, like Firefox, like Internet Explorer, like all this. Like this one is a browser. So some people use Google Chrome, some people use Mozilla, some people use Internet Explorer. This is what you use, and then you type. Like this one, you can see I'm using Google Chrome. Okay, but if I want, I can also use Explorer. I can also use this one, which is Microsoft Edge. Yeah, so they're different. I think these terms you might be used to it. Search engine is like Google or Yahoo or what we call Bing, where you search for something. So they're called like this Google, I'm searching for cable and etc. So this is a search engine. Okay, I can also use another one called Bing. It's also a search engine. Bing, Bing. So here I can search for fiber optics. Okay, so you can use Bing or you can use Google Chrome. Okay, so that's what we mean by search engines. Then web, we have blogs. Okay. Yeah. And then we have what we call the virtual private network. VPN is a virtual private network. So what we mean by virtual private network, this is a network, secure network that you can use. Like if you're at home and you want to access office private network, you can use VPN. Or some countries, for example, China, people are not allowed to. Abantu ntago bajya muri Facebook cyangwa Google kuko bafite blockinga izo websites nka Google na Facebook. Iyo umuntu ari muri China ntago yemerewe kuzireba cyangwa WhatsApp. Ariko hari ibyo bita VPN. Mushaka VPN ukainstalinga kuri computer yawe cyangwa kuri telefone, and then wamara kuinstalla ukaccessinga izo websites batakwemera ku accessinga urimo muri China. Udashyizeho VPN ntago ushobora kuziaccessinga. So you understand that impamvu wa blockinga websites runaka baba bafite impamvu. So they don't maybe want people in their country to access certain, yeah, in that even umuntu mushya nkanjye nshobora kujya muri China, iyo winjiyemo ntabwo ushobora kujya muri Google bisanzwe, Facebook biranga paka winstalinze ikintu bita VPN. VPN igufasha ku accessinga so network. And then we talked about internet and extranet. So intranet is a private network muri organization gusa, ariko extranet beyond organization. Two organizations can communicate using extranet. Intranet within one organization. Okay, yeah, and yeah, this you can read more about it. I think it's easy to understand. Wireless technology, we know about wireless devices for wireless transmission. We have email handheld devices, telephone, smartphones, routers. Okay, and then Bluetooth ikoreshwa muri distance itari nini cyane. So devices ebyiri zikavugana. And then Wi-Fi, it's just the Wi-Fi musanzwe muzi. And then anga of the benefits of Wi-Fi. So you can also tell what's the benefits of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Ni wireless internet. What are the benefits? Now ugomba gushiraho imigozi hagati it's mobile. You can move from one place to another without challenges. And then challenges of using Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, urabizi internet ya Wi-Fi ni ya cable. Iya Wi-Fi ntago yihuta cyane nk'iya wired. So yeah, it's a fact. So murabona ziriya Wi-Fi mukoresha wenda hotspots, and they are not faster than. And also about security, they are not more secured. Wi-Fi ntabwo iri more secured. Cables buriya ziri secured cyane. So niba ugiye muri organization ifite cable, ni byiza gukoresha cable kuko ntabwo uba hacked byoroshye, ariko umuntu ukoresha Wi-Fi ashobora kuba hacked kuko muri hacking I don't know niba mukingurikira. So muri hacking niba umuntu umwe yicaye hano muri dufite wenda Wi-Fi, twese turimo kwiconnectinga kuri Wi-Fi yitwa student Wi-Fi. So kuri student Wi-Fi umuntu umwe ashobora kwicara hano kubera ko aba bantu bose bari kuri network imwe, ariko cables nubwo nshiraho ibi nta cable irimo hagati, kwa kundi Wi-Fi nta cable ibiri hagati, ariko nshobora kuba nicaye hano noneho nkaba namenya ibyo wowe urimo gukora hano, nkamenya website wagiyemo. Niba winjiye kuri Facebook nkabibona ko winjiye muri Facebook, nkabona na email winjiranyemo na password yawe. Uyu nguyu wicaye hano nawe nshobora kumenya ibyo arimo. Nshobora kubona ko uyu muntu yinjiye muri Yahoo, email yinjijemo ni iyi, password byose ndabibona njyewe kandi nicaye hano tutegeranye. Kuko turimo gukoresha Wi-Fi, same network. So same network, ikibazo cyayo security yayo ntabwo iba yizewe kurusha ya yindi iri wired. I hope that's clear. Okay. So murumva ko izo zose ari challenges za wireless. Murumva ko wireless ifite some advantages ariko ikagira na disadvantages nkuko twabivuze. Okay. Then so it's also good to read this about management opportunities and challenges. This is really important, and I've also seen it coming in different exams. So you also have to read that. Okay, this chapter is over. So which other chapter can we look at? Mwambwira chapter yindi mushaka ko tureba. Kubera ko zose ntabwo twazibona kubera nta muntu twabona.
Chapter 10.
Chapter 10?
Data management. Chapter 10, data management.
Okay. Confirming niba ari iyo ngiyo.
Yeah, yego niyo ngiyo.
Niyo
ngiyo.
Okay. Okay, so ini about knowledge management. So angaha turareba description of knowledge, enterprise knowledge, management systems, knowledge work systems, intelligent systems and techniques, management challenges and solutions. Yeah. So okay, so let's go to each one of these. So here, first of all, we have the description of knowledge. So this is the first thing that we have to know. Let me check the questions if they're there. Okay, so knowledge. So description of knowledge, data, information, and knowledge. So here what we mean by knowledge, we say knowledge is different from data and information. So usually in simple words, tuvuga ko data, these are raw facts or measurements. And then okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm back. I was saying that we have there is a difference between data and information. So data is raw facts or raw data. So data is raw facts. So nukuwa ni data zitari processed, unprocessed. Sorry, it's unprocessed information. So information, it's processed and organized. So nukuwa ngo before it becomes information bibanza bikaba data. So data ni nguko wafata ugafata imibare ivanze na letters n'ibindi like that. And then when it comes to when you process it, like you make things flow, you process it and you organize, then that becomes information, as simple as that. And then for knowledge, this one includes concepts, experience, insight that provide a framework for creating, evaluating, and using information. So you have information, you have data, and then you have to give it like to have a framework that will guide the information then that's what we call the knowledge. So that's why we say it's concepts, it's experience, insights, and yeah, for using the information. And then what you call wisdom is the collective and individual experience of applying knowledge to the solution of problems. Now you have the knowledge, you have the knowledge, you have the data that gives you information, and then it gives you knowledge. Now you want to solve problems. So that's what we mean by wisdom. And then explicit knowledge is knowledge that has been documented and can be made available to others. So explicit knowledge includes procedures, it includes guides, it includes reports, policies, and all that. And then what is knowledge management? So knowledge management, this one is the set of processes developed in an organization to create, gather, store, maintain, disseminate, and apply the firm's knowledge. So knowledge management now ni process, kandi process muzi ko ari steps. So ni steps, processes wavuga ko ari steps cyangwa phases. Ni phases ziba zishirwa hamwe, ziba developed muri organization kugira ngo zifashe uburyo data ziba stored, uburyo data ziba maintained, uburyo data ziba disseminated cyangwa ziba applied. So knowledge management is simply the set of processes developed in an organization to create, gather, store, maintain, disseminate, and apply the firm's knowledge. And different organizations can have different processes. I think that's clear. Different organizations can have different processes. So knowledge management enables the organization to learn from its environment and incorporate this new knowledge into business. So here we have knowledge management cycle. So in cycle mugomba kuimenya, I'm telling you this one, you have to know it. You have to know this knowledge management cycle. Like it's always, I think it comes like in most of the, if not all papers. So you need to know about this. There is what we call acquire. To acquire is to get, okay? So you first acquire the information from different places, and then you store the information in one place, and then you can distribute the information, and then you can use that knowledge, you can apply it. So this is called the knowledge management. It's called the knowledge management cycle. Okay, so as you said, this one you have to know it. Yeah, so below here we have definitions for each of them. You also have to know what each one means. So here for acquisition, we say knowledge comes from a variety of sources. Like you integrate knowledge that comes from different places. Okay, so companies are using more sophisticated technologies to gather information and knowledge from emails. Like all the emails you're sending, they are stored in a certain server. All the transactions you make at the bank or wherever, they are stored somewhere. Some information will come from the government statistics, like National Institute for, I don't know, NISR. Some information will come from NIDA about our ID. Some information will come from the traffic. I mean, if anyone needs your information, they can easily get your information from different sources. Your information from the school where you attended, all that information can be brought together, and then it's kept in storage. So it's important to remember that while there are many internal sources of knowledge, some knowledge should come from external sources. You have knowledge from Google, from Facebook, and etc. All that knowledge can be simply acquiring nukubona knowledge uyikuye ahantu henshi hatandukanye none ukayishira hamwe ukayistoringa. Okay, so storage, as knowledge is created and captured, it must be stored efficiently and effectively in a way that allows it to be accessed by others. Iyo ufite knowledge iba igomba kuba accessed. Okay, so I've talked about storage. Data is kept in one place and it should be accessible. So If people need to use the data, they need to access the data. But data which cannot be accessed, cannot be retrieved, it means it has problems. And in retrieving the data, you have to put index so that it can be easy for people to easily get the data. So for a knowledge system to be effective, employees and management need to support and contribute and not feel threatened by it. So yeah. And then we have dissemination. Once the system has acquired and stored the knowledge, it must be made straightforward and efficient for employees to access the knowledge. So this is what we mean by dissemination. So, and then application, that knowledge can be used to make decisions at the institution, because now they have that data in one place and it can be analyzed and insights can be got from that data. So that's what we mean by application. Okay. And then types of knowledge management system. We have what we call the enterprise knowledge management system. We have knowledge work systems, intelligence systems, and techniques. Okay, so let's start with this one, which is called enterprise knowledge management systems. So enterprise knowledge management system are integrated systems that acquire, store, and disseminate knowledge across the organization. So these systems provide databases and tools for organizing and storing structured and unstructured documents. Structured documents are documents which are like in good order, and those unstructured are those ones which are not in good order. So the structured knowledge, and see, and the semi-structured knowledge repository where it's kept. And then there are three main categories on enterprise-wide knowledge management. We've talked about them, these ones, these three. Then, so here you can just simply read about each of this. So you can see here we have a simplified model of knowledge network system. It has solution database where the data is stored, how you can access the data, the interface, and then we have the expert and the user. And then knowledge work systems. We have knowledge work systems provide knowledge workers with the specialized tools they need, which includes all these graphical tools for graphics, analytical tools to analyze, communication tools to send information, documentation management system for storage, and interface through which you can access. Okay. Example of knowledge work systems. This person mentioned this one, computer aided design card, virtual reality systems, I think you've heard of it, and then virtual reality modeling and investment workstations. So intelligent systems and techniques, we have artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, you know, we make computers learn. We make computers learn like human being, and then they can perform tasks which human being performs. But the problem is that artificial intelligence systems, they're not expert like humans, and they cannot easily make decisions. We can talk of robots, you know, they learn, you can make them learn, but they cannot make easily make decisions which are informed decisions. So artificial intelligence and database technology, of course, when we talk of artificial intelligence, we also need to talk about the database, because you have data in one place that you're dealing with. Okay, and then here we have a simplified model of an expert system. As you can see, user interface. User interface is a way to access. Okay, and then we have explanation facility, interference engine, and then we have data and knowledge data in here. Components of the system, you have to know this. Please make sure you know about this. Okay, and then benefits of an expert system. We have the benefits here: reduced error, reduced cost, improved decision making, improved quality of service. Yeah, Those are some of the benefits of it. Okay. Yeah, and then machine learning here, we have different techniques that we can use, machine learning techniques that we can use to make predictions. We have classification, we have what we call clustering, outlier detection, filtering. We've heard of neural networks, we have convolution network, we have random forest, decision-making tree, regression, all those are machine learning techniques. So machine learning is just part of the artificial intelligence. Okay. Yeah, for classification, those techniques, tools, they can be used to classify. Like if you want to know, okay, these people are have cancer, these are cancer-free. I mean, you can separate using this classification. So, and make predictions. Okay, so you can see here. You can easily detect outlier. Outlier is like an error. Like here you did some clustering and you find some people fall here, others here, others here, and then you find someone here. It means obviously this one is misplaced. Maybe this person should have been here, or maybe this person should have been here or should have been here. This is what we call outlier. So you can easily detect an outlier. But up here, there is no outlier, but you can see that the classification has been done. The greens are reds are here, blues are here. Yes. Yeah, and then here we have some of the management challenges. Okay, so let me see if there are questions here. Someone is asking if I can explain about machine learning. So not running, they're called machine learning techniques. Okay, so you're asking about machine learning techniques. So machine learning techniques, we have different techniques, machine learning techniques, okay? So we have like clustering. For example, you have some data. You have data here, maybe you say, Ange maybe has 14 marks. Another person, B, has 15 marks. Person C has 19 marks. Person D has 20 marks. Person E has maybe 50 marks. Person F has maybe 55 marks. So if this one is plotted here, if it's plotted here, you'll find that you will have things like that look like this. Maybe you have this. See, so this, you can see these are clusters. So sometimes when you plot, you can easily see what is happening. You can see, okay, here there are 4 clusters. It means that there is a cluster here, cluster here, cluster. And then maybe you can find one which is here. And then you say, oh, this could be an outlier. Maybe this is here by mistake. So here for regression, maybe you can have this for regression, and then afterwards you can easily know, like you can easily predict, like if a new point comes, okay, so if a new student comes, probably that student will have, maybe the marks of that student will fall here. Like if there is a new point that comes in, so you say, okay, so all the marks fall on this line. Okay, so this can be regression, it can be logistic, whereby you can find that points are in this order, in that when you put that technique, you will find that the points are falling just here. And then maybe for decision tree, it's like, okay, maybe these are maybe people who are between 17 and maybe and 20 years, and then here there's people who are between 60 and 80 years, and then it's okay, you say maybe these people are making more money, and maybe these ones are, I mean, these techniques, they help you to make decision. They help you to make informed decision based on the data. Yeah, so we have different techniques that are used in machine learning. So they all help us to predict. So it's this is a big subject that needs more time to learn it. So it's machine learning is part of data science, big data, if you've heard about that. So, and they're all part of artificial intelligence. So it really needs more time, but you can just read what we have here, and this will give you a picture of everything. And then there is someone who asked about the expert system. So this expert system, these are systems which try to become like people, and they try to use human knowledge to solve problems. Okay, so that's why we call them expert systems. So expert systems, they try to imitate the systems zigerageza gukora nk'abantu, noneho zikagerageza kwigana umuntu uko akemura ibibazo. Urabona robot tuvuge na robot dushyiraho some code zikiga, ariko robot mujya mubavuga ngo gukora nk'irobo, robot ibiri programmed in that, ntabwo itekereza. Ariko murabona ko umuntu, wenda robot ushobora kuyiprograminga ukavuga ngo robot igiye gukora intambwe 100 n'ibyo igenda straight, ariko umuntu ushobora kumubwira agende straight intambwe 100, yagera imbere akabona hari imbere hari icyobo akareka gukomeza kugenda. Ariko robot yo kubera ko wayiprograminga ukavuga ngo igende intambwe 100, izagenda niba ari umwobo wawe hagati igende iguma. So kubera ko ntabwo itekereza. Umuntu we ashobora kugenda intambwe 50 akageraho akabona hariya hari umwobo, reka nyure ku ruhande nkate single. So ni ukuvuga ngo robot ntabwo twavuga ziri they are experts because ntabwo ziba zitekereza. So this expert system ni system zigerageza gukora nk'uko umuntu akora, noneho zikigana umuntu uko umuntu akora. So urabona ko umuntu ari umuntu utekereza, ufite critical thinking, umuntu agira problem solving capacity. I think you understand what I mean. So these expert systems are the systems which try to imitate human behavior. The systems zigerageza kwiga umuntu, none zikamera nk'uko umuntu akora neza, uko umuntu atekereza, uko umuntu aca imanza, uko umuntu ikamenya umuntu neza. So I don't know if you answered what ibajije cya expert system. So murumva ko expert system ari systems zigerageza gukora nk'abantu. And then someone was saying, come about difference between fuzzy, logic, and neural. Okay, neural, we have what we call the neural network. So neural network ni network ifite nodes nyinshi ziri connected, or nodes which are connected, and can you had me photo? photo you can just explain. So neural networks, it works like the brain of the person, because the brain, we say there are many nerves connected, and so this neural network, this one is also a machine learning technique that is usually used in the decision-making process, but it has many nodes, and some nodes even are hidden. Let me just draw it maybe like this. It's a neural network. So this is exactly what I'm trying to make. So you see, we have different networks and linked together, and you see, so it works like the brain of human being. So you see, this is a neural network which is really connected. So neural network are systems of programs and data structures that attempt to model the capability of the human brain. They try to work as human brains. So neural networks are an array of interconnected processors operating in parallel, in which knowledge is represented by the pattern of interconnections among them and by adjustable weights. So they have good pattern recognition techniques and can identify hidden patterns. So hidden patterns, I forgot I rubbed, ariko usanga hari igihe usanga ibi babihishe ku buryo ushobora kubona ibi ukabona n'ibi gusa. So what you just need to know is that this is just a model which has that capacity of the human brain. Okay, and and then there is a difference between this and expert, this one and the expert systems, because I've talked what the neural network is and the expert system. So you can easily read here and see how decision making is different in both, how they work differently. And then someone was asking about asked about what? Okay, someone who asked about this fuzzy logic. So this fuzzy logic, this one is, I mean, all this that we're explaining, this knowledge is about artificial intelligence, right? So this fuzzy logic, this one is, it's an artificial intelligence technology. This is an artificial intelligence technology, and it has some rules. It has some rules that it uses just to handle things like human reasoning, and also it allows in handling uncertainty, like things you're not very sure about. So it has that rules that will help you say yes or no. Okay, so this will help you in decision making. So this is just part of artificial intelligence. So these fuzzy logic systems are nowadays they're being used in business, like when they want to predict when there is uncertainty, like knowing maybe the business is going to gain or lose in the future, like things which haven't yet happened, but they're trying to predict it in present and it will happen in the future. And do we have other questions? I think we've answered. Unless if I forgot something. So maybe we are done with this. You can also tell me another chapter that you want us to go through very quickly. What other chapter can we go through very quickly? Tell me the chapter we can also go through very quickly. Okay, so can we continue? So did you mention the areas where you want us to? Unit 9. So which one do we start with? Unit chapter what? Chapter 12. Let me open it. Let me open it. Okay. Someone mentioned you need what? Okay, so someone mentioned about this one. Okay, which is enterprise systems. So So enterprise system, we'll talk about enterprise resource planning systems, and then customer relationship management system, and then supply chain management system integration, enterprise integration trends, and then the challenges. So here, so here we'll start with the enterprise resource planning or ERP systems. So sometimes this enterprise resource planning, ERP system, sometimes they call it enterprise system. So the enterprise system, these are large complex systems that integrate the planning, management, and use of resources, all resources within an organization. So this is just a system, but it's a very large system and it's somehow complex, and it brings together different activities within an organization, such as maybe planning part of the organization. It brings together the management part of the organization and all resources within the organizations and integrate them. So here we have a single database that is being accessed by different people. So this ERP, it has many functions, such as it can be used for sales, marketing, human resource, finance, accounting, manufacturing and and production. So it can have, Kristen, do you want to talk? So you can ask if you have a question. Kristen, you raised your hand. Do you have a question? So I can see some people are insisting on chapter 12. I don't know. We have a few minutes remaining. I think we can go to that chapter 12, because I'm seeing 2 people are asking for that chapter. Chapter 12. Christine, you can ask the question. I saw you raising up your hand. Okay, so this chapter 12 is about information systems development and acquisition. So let's talk about this system. Yeah. So here we have system development and organizational change. So you have to know about this. Usually this one sometimes appears in the exam, so you have to take note of this. Okay, so system development and organization change. According to this person, information technology can enable the following 4 kinds of organizational change. So organization change, we can have what we call automation. So in an organization, you can have this change whereby you can decide to get rid of all manual, and then you decide to make everything automated. So it's like moving from manual systems to automated systems. Like, for example, if you are doing payroll using the pens and papers, you write, this person gets this salary, this person gets this salary. Now you change completely, you become automated, and then you make a system maybe called online payroll system. So that online payroll system will make work easier, because there will be computers, and I mean, people will be making this online. I think you understand what I really mean. So this is about automating the system. So an organization can decide to go automated, like they get rid of manual systems and then they start doing things automatically using the information systems that are there. So we have rationalization of procedures, refers to the streamlining of standard operating procedures and eliminating some tasks in process, removing any blockages. So putting processes in place whereby different activities in the organization will follow some procedures. And then we have business process reengineering, which refers to the radical redesign of the business processes. You can combine some processes, you can remove some which you think they are not necessary, you can remove repetition and all that. So just trying to maximize information IT in your business. And then there is paradigm shift, is a radical change in the business and the organization. The strategy of the business can be changed, and sometimes even the business, you change the strategy of the organization. And then under business process reengineering, we have what we call different dimensions. We have a dimension called process cost, we have process time, quality, and flexibility. So you have to take note about this. And then once a business process is understood, a variety of techniques or principles can be used to improve it, such as replacing sequential steps in the process with parallel steps, enrich jobs by enhancing decision authority and concentrating information, enable information sharing throughout all participants. They share the information, you eliminate the delays, you transform batch processing, decision-making to continuous flow processes, and you automate decisions. Okay. And then process improvement, this is where the processes can be, business processes can be improved. There can be changes and changes for the better. And then we have business process management, which help organization manage process change that are required in different areas in the business. And then we have total quality management, whereby everything is managed in a business. And then we have the Six Sigma, which are the following. The Six Sigmas are these ones that we have to know. Sorry. So the Six Sigmas asserts the following. We have continuous efforts to reduce variation in process outputs in fundamental to business success. Manufacturing and business processes can be measured, analyzed, improved, and controlled, and then succeeding at achieving sustained quality improved requires commitment. So technically, this chapter is about processes, and this helps in workflow at a certain organization. So we have the basic methodology, which has the steps of defining the process, and then measurement, and then trying to analyze, and then try to improve, and try to control, put some control mechanism. And then here we have system development. So to make a system or information system or software system, there are some steps that you have to pass through. First, you have to do what we call the feasibility study, where you check if it's a certain system you're going to put in your business. You check, is it feasible? Like, is it doable? To check feasibility, you can look at operation cost, you can look at the time, if you have enough budget, if you have enough time, you can check the technicality, like if you have people who are expert in that who can do technical, you can also check if you have the equipment required. So this is what we mean by this. So in system development, you first check feasibility. If feasibility is possible, then you try to analyze the system, collect the requirements, and then try to analyze, checking for completeness, checking for those which are duplicated, if there is consistency, if there is no ambiguity, and all that. And then after analyzing, you can design the system. So to design the system, technically, if you have the requirements, then it's easy to design. Design is doing some visualization, drawing. And then afterwards, you can code, and then, or you can code or program. Afterwards, you can test to check if everything is working well, if the system is working well. And then afterwards, it can be implemented at the customer's premises. And then afterwards, with time, there can be production and maintenance if the system has problem. So this first approach to system development is reversed. So this one, you can also call it system development life cycle, SDLC. Okay. And then, so these are more explanations about that. Okay, so explanations about it. Route analysis, system analysis tools. We have different tools that we use. We have what we call the data flow diagram, DFDs, which has this what we call the entity process data flow and data store. Maybe I can draw it. So let's say you want to make so you want to make an online food management system. So you say, okay, I have to make online food management system. So this one is a process. And then for an entity, you can say who will be ordering food. Maybe here there is a customer who will be bringing food. Here there is a person who serves at the waiter. So with this one means this is the process ordering, food ordering management system. And then this one, we can call them entity are the people, things which will be interacting with the system. So this one is the waiter, and then this one is the client, and then the waiter will be ordering for food. So this one is called an entity, this one is called the process, and then this is how data flows. Like if a customer is ordering, then the data is flowing in this direction. If this one is doing this, it's flowing in this direction. You can also have a data store where these things are stored. Okay, so this is what you mean by a data flow diagram. And then let me check if there is a question. There's no question. Okay. And then okay, so we can have different diagrams. This is called the data flow diagram, but you can have different diagrams, like a diagram called maybe use case diagram. There is another one called sequence diagram. There is another one called entity relationship diagram. So those are different diagrams that can be used in system development. Those are the different things that are done. And then here we have testing. So we talked about testing as one of the steps. After finishing coding or programming, we usually do testing to check if there are errors. And if there are errors, we troubleshoot them. So after that, we have what we call testing. So when testing, you can do unit testing, checking one thing at a time. System testing, you put things together, programs, and you test. Acceptance testing, you test based on the requirements, initial requirements, to see if they have been met. Regression testing is this one, you can test to see if the changes in the software codes didn't cause problems. Another part, and then you check performance, how the performance is running and the plan. Okay. Yeah. So all these are steps that are involved in system development. And then there is a different way of developing system development. We have what we call traditional system lifestyle. We have prototyping. Prototyping is where you make a software or a system from scratch. Like you make a system without knowing many requirements about a software. A client maybe comes to you and they're not sure of the requirements of the system they want. So for you, you try to make something which is like a prototype and you give it to the client, and then they will no, okay, this is not there, this is not there. Then you'll get to learn what they really wanted. But before, when you ask them the typing on all this, so for sure you can read, and as you read, you can you will understand. So here we have benefits and limitations of prototyping. So technically, advantages of software packages. So maybe we can use the remaining time to ask questions. Like if you have some questions, maybe you can ask for the remaining time. You can type the questions and then I can answer. Thank you. So you can ask questions and then I will. Questions? Okay, so I can see Rebecca is saying, explaining more on these alternative approaches of developing approaches of developing systems. Okay, so I can explain those. Okay, so I want to explain the approaches as Someone requested, Rebecca requested for that, and others who still have questions, just feel free to ask. Okay, so alternative approaches to developing and acquiring systems. So I've talked of that. I've talked of software development or system development system. And then here, a number of different system building approaches have been developed. So the organization also has an option of outsourcing. This is another way, developing or purchasing ready-made application software packages. So you can buy a software which is already made, or you can develop a software. So here we have these different approaches that I'm going to explain to you as you requested for it. I will explain one by one. We have traditional system life cycle. So this traditional life cycle, so this traditional system life cycle, okay, muri make hano turimo kuvuga about information system. Business ikorwa, so system ikorwa gute? Nukuvuga ngo system duhere kuri traditional systems life cycle, nukuvuga ngo iyo twebwe tugiye gukora system, okay, like people in IT, iyo tugiye gukora software, so software nduva mwese urimo kubyumva. Niba nshaka gukora software, murabona nk'irembo ni software, nka tap and go dukoresha kuri bus ni software, nka ziriya za e-banking nazo ni software, nka amakaminuza afite ngo online registration system, abanyeshuri biyandikisha online, ari za Amazon, ubwezi zose, ibyo byose ni system. So system dukoresha muri business, iyo system ikorwa gute? So duhere kuri iyi traditional system life cycle, ukuvuga ngo ni gute dukora system. So mu busanzwe system ukuntu tuyikora, ushobora no guhera kuri requirements, ukavuga ngo mbere yuko ukorera umuntu system ubanza ukamenya ibyo akeneye, needs, ibyifuzo bye cyangwa requirements. So akakubwira nyine system iri web based, nyine system izagifasha wenda yemerera umukiriya kugura products and etc. So nukuvuga ngo ibyo ngibyo bifolinga under the system analysis. So system analysis nukuvuga ngo urakusanya ibyifuzo by'umukiriya, and then after gukusanya ibyifuzo by'umukiriya ukareba ese ibyo byifuzo biri complete, ntabibura, ese biri consistent, ese biri, ukareba byose niba hatarimo duplication. So ibyo nibyo twita system analysis, and then afterwards hakaba system design. So nukuvuga ngo niba nabonye requirements reka mbyandike. Okay, so wenda it's an online management system, and okay, sorry. So I'm back. Let me talk about this traditional system, how it works. So nukuvuga ngo iyi system ukuntu okay, reka mvuge system yoroshye, tuvuge wenda it's an online student registration system. So online student registration system is avuga, okay, the system should allow students to log in. The system should allow students to download, maybe download transcript. The system should allow students to print their transcript. The system should allow the student to add course. So what I'm trying to put down, these are the requirements. So these requirements, so we will check, are they complete, are they consistent, no ambiguity and all that. And then afterwards, so what we are doing is we are trying to analyze which is this one. And then system design is now, students should log in, students should do what? So I can draw a system, I say, okay, login. And then I say, okay, login. So I'm designing. I say, okay, here I have a student. Here I have a student who should log into the system. Who else should log into the system? Maybe the registrar. Okay, so the registrar should log into the system. Who will print their transcript? The student will print their transcript. Who will add course? The registrar will add course for the student. Like ukora design, ishushanyije ukora design kugira ngo bibe byoroshye gukora coding. So nukuvuga ngo requirements urazifite, noneho ufite design, noneho igikurikiyeho wamaze kubona design biba byoroshye kwandika codes. Sinzi niba muzi about coding. So biba byoroshye kwandika codes, ukandika code ya login, ukandika code ya ikindi n'ikindi. So warangiza ugatestinga kureba ko nta errors zirimo. So urabona iyi ni kwandika coding, this programming is about writing coding, and then testing no kureba niba nta errors zirimo. And then warangiza, maybe you can even go straight to production, ubwo system yabonetse, and then nyuma bazajya ba maintaining a system. So iyi system izajya ikoreshwa n'abanyeshuri, ikoreshwe nande na registrar. So yeah, so this is a traditional system and it's called software development life cycle. So in life cycle, uva kuri iki, ukajya kuri iki, ukajya kuri iki, and that's it. And then here we have the approach. Okay, so we have we have the advantages. Okay, so the advantages and disadvantages. So what are the advantages? So and so advantages of using this method for building information system include it's highly structured and brings a formality to requirement collection and specification of the requirement. So it's suitable for building large complex systems. So where tight control of the development process is required. What are the disadvantages? Disadvantages include it's very costly and time consuming. It's inflexible and discourages change to the requirement during the later stage of the life cycle. So it's not suited to situations where requirements are difficult to define. Then, so I hope uwambajije ko akirimo. So hari prototyping hano nabivuze ni hari igihe umuntu aba ashaka ngo umukorere system ariko ntabwo azi kuvuga requirements. So ntabwo abazi kuvuga requirements ngo ndashaka iki n'iki, ariko umuhaye ashobora kuvuga okay ko narimo kubona iki, ko narimo kubona iki. So bigufasha ku defining requirements. So hari abantu batazi kuvuga requirements, ni nkuko wenda umuntu yaba umuntu mukuru cyane, ushaka kumugura telefone, umuntu ushaje ushaka kumugura telefone, ukamubaza ese ukeneye iyihe telefone, ntabwo azamenya kukubwira ngo nkeneye iPhone cyangwa wenda Samsung, wazakubwira ko ari telefone kuko waba azi ko telefone zimeze kimwe, ariko wowe uba uzi ko telefone zitandukanye. So ushaka gutangira kumubaza ese urashaka telefone umuntu akoresha kuri internet, ese ushaka telefone ifite radio, ese ushaka telefone ifite ese urashaka telefone ifite touch, ariko urumva we ntabwo azi requirements, wazakubwira ngo gusa ngenda ndashaka telefone. So icyo ushaka gukora ushobora kugenda ukamugurira telefone iyo ari yo yose, wamugurira telefone ahubwo akazajya kandi akavuga ko nta buttons ndi kubona buto, ubwo wari wamuguriye wenda touch screen, ukahita umenya ko yashakaga telefone ifite buto, ukandika iyo requirement, akakubaza ese ko mbona iyi telefone idafite itoroshi, ubwo ukabyandika. So nukuvuga requirements zigenda zisobanuka with time. So nukuvuga ngo ubanza ukamuha ibyo wowe wagesinze, and then nyuma we akagenda akubwira ariko hano harabura iki, hano harabura iki, iki kirabura, and then at the end nusubira kumugurira telefone uzamugura telefone akeneye koko. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Nubwo ndimo kuvuga kuri system, ariko same thing. Kwa kuno umuntu aza gukoresha system ariko atazi requirements of the system. So wowe uramufasha kugira ngo requirements azisobanukirwe. So with time, so uko ugenda ukora system agenda guha comments, so izo comments nizo ushingiraho. Yeah. So information system prototyping is an interactive system design methodology that builds a model prototype of a system as a means of determining information requirements. Prototyping involves defining initial set of user requirements and building prototype. Then you keep improving as you get feedback. I think that's clear. I mean, if you have followed what the example I gave about the phone. So you can see for the prototype, because the user doesn't know many requirements, they can just tell you 3 requirements. Identify the user's basic requirements. Izo requirements azizonyine nizufata. Ubundi ukamukorera ikintu kimeze nka it's a sample or it's what? Umukorera nka skeleton of something and then akagenda guhereza izindi input. So that's why we are saying develop the user's basic requirements and then develop an initial prototype and then use the prototype, ukaiha client, noneho akaitagua comments, noneho you revise and you improve the prototype. I think that's clear. And then what are the benefits? Prototyping is very useful for determining unclear requirements, especially when the client doesn't know what they want. And then prototyping is especially helpful for designing end-user interfaces. End-user involvement in the development process means that the system are more likely to meet the end requirements because umuhereza system akakuya nagaru ongera wiki. So ukukomeza wongera wiki ugenda ukora improvement of the system. So prototyping can help reduce development costs by capturing requirements more accurately at an earlier stage in the development process. And then what are the limitations of prototyping? Limitations now ushobora gutekereza kuri some problems like niba ukomeza umuha akagwa comment, your product can take forever to be delivered kuko azakomeza guha comments and then you end up doing the project for a very long period of time than the planned time. So yeah, so here there are some of the limitations because prototypes can be built rapidly, documentation testing may be minimal. It can result in poorly designed systems that are not scalable. Prototyping can result in a large number of iterations, many changes. Problems can also arise when the prototype is adopted as the production version of the system. I hope that's clear. Just in case you don't understand anything, just let me know. And then end user development refers to the development of information system by end users without involvement of systems analysts and programmers. When you can make your system on yourself without relying on coding people or programmers. Okay, so you can make a basic software friendly system, which is, yeah, some people know how to design, let's say, a Google form. So designing a Google form is very easy. So many people can design it, like they don't need to be programmers to do it. So that's an example of an end user development. A Google form, iriya Google form ukora biroroshye cyane gukora Google form. Yohereza link abantu batandukanye bakagenda buzuzaho information ukeneye. So uga collecting information mu mwanya muto kandi with in a simple way. And then 4th generation language are sophisticated languages which enable end users to perform programming tasks with little or no professional program assistance. So here we have what we call the query language. We have report generators. We have graphic languages, application generators, very high level programming languages, and all this. Benefits of end user development. these are the benefits, like delivery of system is quickly, user requirements are better understood, it's suited to develop low transaction systems, low cost development option, limitation of end user development, not suited to large complex systems, quality and testing standards are not always followed, poor documentation, it can lead to data duplication, system security is often poor or non-existent, systems may lack basic data backup recovery capabilities. Application software packages. An application software package is a set of pre-written, pre-coded application software programs. Advantages of software packages. Here we have some advantages. You can just read through. I think you can easily understand it. And then about outsourcing of information system is the process of subcontracting the development and sometimes the operation of information system to a third party. I think you already know this word outsourcing, whereby you get some contractors to work on things which are internal, and yeah, you subcontract maybe a different company to work on things maybe in your company. So this is simply what we mean by this. Benefits of outsourcing: it improve cost savings, improve quality, knowledge, contract, operational expertise, staff issues. So murumva izo ni benefits za outsourcing. Namwe mushobora kubyumva, usanga company wenda tuvuge MTN, ibintu runaka ntabwo ariyo ibyikorera, wenda managing antennas, bagashaka abandi bantu bakamanaginga antena mu mwanya wabo. So icyo gihe hari ukuntu bigabanya cost kurusha uko MTN yakwangaje abakozi ikaba yabishyurira n'izo benefits zose, ahubwo igahitamo gufata umusubcontractor, agafata abo bakozi bagakora muri MTN ariko ari abakozi b'iyo company. I think that one we already know about it. Hari ukuntu bigabanya costs, and it comes with many advantages, right? And then contemporary approaches to application development. We also have this, what we call the joint application development. So this is another alternative way that can be used, and the typical participants include these people. I think if you read through this, you can easily understand. Hari n'ibindi byitwa rapid application development. Iyi nayo ni approach yindi igiye kumera nka prototyping, ariko they are not much different from one another, and the developer enhances and extends the developer enhance and extend the initial version through multiple iterations until it's suitable for operational use. So prototyping, are you all understanding what we mean by prototyping? Let me see questions. Oh, I'm not seeing other questions. Rebecca's question was the last one. May you please explain more? Okay, so this is what we are trying to explain. Rebecca, did you get what we mean by prototyping and the traditional system? Rebecca? So if you can't talk, maybe you can type. Oh, okay. Okay, you understood. Okay, that's good. So any other person who has a question? Any person who has question? Just feel free to ask, because I can see the time is over. I can see we are ending time. Our time is over. So any question? any question, just feel free to ask. The time is, we are soon ending the class, but you can ask me any question. Okay. Oh, Rebecca says we didn't get the meaning of application software packages. Okay, so Rebecca, so application software packages here, simply I can talk of, these are different applications that we use. So we talked of, I was talking of information systems, different information systems, let's say, or let's simply talk of Irembo. Irembo is an information system. So we can say that one is, you can call it an application. So you can call it an application, you can call it a system, you can call it a software application. So yeah. And then we have different application software packages. So for these packages, you can just look at them, at the different software packages. They are listed there and they still seem to be clear. Okay, so if there are no other questions, I think we can now finish our class. So thank you so much. You were a good audience, and thank you so much for being with me throughout this session and not quitting the class before the class ends. So thank you so much. So wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your contribution, and we really thank those who managed to join this session. So we as ECPA, we just wish you a good luck in these coming exams. So just go and take your time, revise, go through past papers and present the answers. And also remember to navigate these study materials. And also you can go to internet to search more materials about information system. So we believe that you will get more pass, we will get more pass rate. And that's why we organize these sessions, is just to update you and refresh you of the upcoming exams and the current trends. Just take your time. Remember, we are having like 2 weeks to go in the exam. So, and remember in the exam, we need to avoid the pressures and unnecessary frustration, just to avoid any kind of failures that might be attributed to external forces, not on your own. So just wish you good night and then good luck in your exam.
Okay, thank you so much, Felicia. Thank you.
You're most welcome.